If I were you, I would create a new link tree and a new YouTube and a new everything for your business because no longer is it just going to be you personally. This is a business that we're creating. So you create a new link tree. You come up with a name. We can come up with a name whatever you want. Reply Guy Corporation, whatever you want to call it. You create a link tree with that. You create a YouTube with that. You create an X with it. You create a Rumble with that. You create a Kick with that. You create a TikTok. You know what? I have all this for you. I'm going to send it to you. I want you to read through it, and then I want you to ask me questions. This is the thing that I send to all the Nigerian guys who come and they're like, "Hey, we're reply guys." You're welcome. You're welcome. Just gonna get you set up. But you, I'm gonna send you another thing too. Give you the job. Okay, go check your Discord messages. I sent you three of them. Read them again, please, and then let me know if you have any questions. You're welcome. Read through it. I mean, before you thank me or anything, I appreciate you're very nice. But just read through it first. Let's make sure it makes sense.
Roman, I would like to, start making some of those accounts.
Absolutely. Does that make sense to you?
If I have any, uh, yeah, if I have any questions, I'll just send it to you. Thanks.
Actually, don't send it to me. Just come in here and ask me your question. But does it make sense to you?
Yeah, just,
Is there anything about it that doesn't make sense to
no, no, because it's what, it's what I'm doing perfectly.
you? That's what I'm talking about. So before you go, though, let me tell you how you get business when you do. You're going to create all that kind of stuff, right? When you're done, you come to me, we'll look at it, we'll make sure you have a logo, all that kind of stuff. Make sure that we build this out so that your platforms, your social media looks attractive to companies. Then what you do, Kim, once you get that done, and we checked it over and we like it, then you're going to go into different people's share spaces. Do you know what a share space is? Or they're called chill and chills?
Is that on X?
Yeah, apologies. Yeah, on X spaces.
Yeah, yeah, I do join some of them sometimes.
Exactly. So then what you're going to do, you're going to press the button to speak this chill and chill. Maybe it's got 10 people in it. Maybe it's got 10,000 people. Whatever. And when they say, all right, well, we've got Kim who's next up. Kim, are you there? Say, yes, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Kim. I'm a social media marketer, and I'd like to help promote your business. What makes me different than any other reply guy that you're ever going to find is I'm not just going to promote you X and say, where's my money? I'm going to promote you on 20 to 30 different social media platforms. Everything from YouTube to Twitch to Telegram to Instagram to Facebook, across all of the entire internet. I'm going to create a much larger footprint for your brand. This is going to get you more DMs. This is going to have more people buying your coin, more people interested in your project. Moreover, what I'm going to do is help to promote your project on all of social media and on AI and on search engine, which is going to get better rankings. If this is of interest to you, please feel free to send me a DM. I'd be happy to help you. I am the best social media marketer that you will find for the price. And again, my name is Kim. I look forward to working with you in the future. That's what you want to be able to say. It's a 1 minute pitch. It's very simple, but then you recognize that you do that in every single chill and chill that you can find, and people are going to start to connect with you because they're going to be like, wow, finally, reply guy who gets it. It's not just about X, it's about the whole internet, and that's what you have to do.
Yeah, yeah, that definitely like makes me some sense. Yes,
Okay, excellent. Well, then, you go do it, and I know you're excited to do it. When you're done, don't just leave.
yeah,
Never come back. Come back in here. We'll look it over. If you're not going to have it 100% correct, there are going to be some things that are incorrect. I want to help you with those. And then you'll make your revisions and we'll give you a script. Then what you do, once you've got all that, I'll send you a menu that when somebody DMs you and they say, yeah, I'm interested in what you do, you say, okay, I will post your stuff for free. Okay, just to show you that I'm a nice person. Because what do you have to do? Hit a button on your phone? Who cares? If you want me to repost to 5 of my different social media platforms, that's $5. If you want me to do it for 10, that's $10. You want me to do it for all of them, that's $20. And right there, you get 2 or 3 people doing that a day. You're going to be making $100, $200 a week, and that's gold where you're from. You're going to be able to support yourself and support your family. Does that make sense?
that all sense. Yes, makes a lot of sense.
Exactly. And these accounts are going to become stronger with every single day because you're going to get random people who are going to start following you. Random people are going to repost what you have. So then, 1 year from now, each one of these accounts will maybe have 1,000 followers on them. And then you really have a medium-sized account for people to be able to start doing business with you. It all started for free.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, I'm glad you get it. So you go do it. I'm going to tell you, it might take you 2 or 3 days to do. Once you're done, come back in here. If you have trouble with any of them, let me know. We'll go through it. And then we'll get your script and all that other stuff. But by this time next week, Kim, you should be able to go into any person's face, any person's chilling show, and be able to get business. And we'll help you with that, okay?
Okay. Okay. Thanks so much.
Absolutely, my friend. You take care, you work on that, and if you have questions, come back. Okay?
Okay.
That's it, my man. Take care.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Glad you came, everybody. What's goodness? Yeah. It's 95. Can't hear me? Yeah, it's 5 time. What's up, so we had a bunch of people here. In the shower. Yeah, open. 7 people at once or something like that. Yeah, let's Brandon, you, no, yeah, um, 7. Somebody else. Oh, well, then you 8, and somebody else. We did. Maybe anywhere from 6 to 9 people at any given time.
năm kể về cô hơn cho con nhà. We right behind. Right behind. Right behind. Right behind. That's one. There's successful right behind him. Aww. Wait. Wow. I see him now. I'm not behind. Hey. No. Alright. I'm in the class. Hello.
Hello. You're way out in front with live stream.
Let's say what was that saying? Not good anyway. I'm 11 and 2 minutes on someone. I took kingdom is mine. Grandpa. And the girl is I'm with that Lord.
Yes, sir. Sir, about that. Every minute you gain, I gain. Every minute you gain, I gain. That's right. Okay, so that's all right.
velocity. He's sure he got like, I got what his string but it's low in that there.
Oh, I'm about to say, Rick, I got a low foundation. There you go.
Yes, ma'am.
There you go. There you go, Rilla. There you go,
Don't
Brandon.
worry about it.
You tell me.
You fixed it, Rabbi.
You
Okay,
fixed
excellent.
it. Oh,
Understand that?
you better do it.
I still don't want to go on. I still know other. I stream like most of it. I stream on most of Twitch and Kick, but I stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. With a my content. I don't know.
I'm ready. Thank you.
It's tired. Months without a decent solution. When I was a little kid, I thought I was gay. Like a good Christian man that he is, he sent me. And it must have worked. I thought I was sure. After the priest lost his ring in my hand. To this day, when I fart, it smells like holy water. I must be missing so much. How do I feel that goes? I consider myself a pretty open, holy guy. I feel just about anybody except for poor vets. I hear they will have PTSD. I'm a cancer survivor. I dated one for almost a month, nearly killed myself. I don't care what they say, burgers and cancers, not compatible. You're not that good. Was a good friend of mine. I never met but I love it. Alright, Zach Bogus. Song about the second verse. If I was the king of the world, we don't give a fuck anymore here on Come Talk to You. We like knocking on the alright. Very quick. Our way. I love it. Yeah. And this is welcome to the show. It's an honor to be on the there you go. Thanks for coming through. A lot of people have signed up and never got a chance to get another getting on. Welcome. And welcome. This is my second time. Second time never going stand up and you signed up tens of times? I have. How come you didn't go to any other fights or anything? I used to work on that, but now I'm doing a restaurant. Oh, you used to do the great restaurants, good restaurants. You guys go, Paradise Go. Big fan of Paradise. Right? Paradise Go, the one with the deck outside, with the seagulls that come up and the fishing layer. Yeah, the seagulls definitely attack. Totally neat. There's a wolf and some red wine over that mountain. There's a trailer, like a trailer, but right in front of it is where girls are something weird like that. There's some ears and another guy rumble up somebody. They don't do that. Really? Are you going to Paradise Go? Like that? You know, there are once every 9 years. This is what you want from me. How's that your Venmo? I thought you were sending messages. Oh, God. Jeremiah, a little bitch. No, parentheses, right? A little bitch in the description when you're paying your Look up his song. I need your YouTube. It has 3,000 views. Brooklyn, like one in Virginia, and one in Portland. Biological notes in Portland. Yep, that is correct. I can tell. You look like you would try to solve the federal courthouse. Deal with your case being able to do. Have you ever protested or ran in any way? They're like, you're going to occupy the movement. You know, when you do that, protests are internal. What are some internal protests? It's me, okay. I don't know if you can tell. You don't wear it on your sleeve. No, I get a little bit of rockabilly. Like, is that the word? Rockabilly. Rockabilly. Sure. Get some rockabilly vibes from you. I'll take it. You play the instruments? No. Do you have any special skills or talents? Yeah, I'm a tattoo artist. What's your favorite tattoo? On myself? Yeah. Is that an eye? No, no. Just the left hand. Oh, okay. That's kind of how about your biggest most regret tattoo? When I was learning how to tattoo, I tattooed next week by Star Wars on my shin. Sitting on my carpet, just going out free. And it looked like, like after I was done, it was like it was still there. It's covered up now. You can really see it. So it was a lot better now. I got it lasered off and stuff, but while I had to wear it. So it's a little bit of fun. Alright, now bring the point. You do for fun. For a lot of listeners are figuring out ways to do it. Right? It's nation that they never thought of. Yeah, man. Unemployment is better paid than any industry right now. I mean, I don't make better. Just make it more money. Like, shame on my head. It's a badass thing that you do. Oh, okay. Those kind of things. Shima? Yep. What do you do at the big thing? Strike hard. Kill Asian people. Talking about crap with the coronavirus. That makes sense. Better time to kill Asian people than when they're killing us. Am I right? Team up. Go. Back to disease. And the crowd goes wild. I'll get arrested. For what? Not being while using the subway. Or repeatable pretty much. I'll be arrested. Here's the subway. Subway bandit over here. Kind of badass. One time I stole a football.
simplicity.
What the fuck?
The conversations between Dr. John D., Edward Kelly, and the host of entities contacted in the late 16th century.
My work is it?
Entities contacted in the late 16th century are enjoy conversations between Dr. John D. and Edward Kelly. Entities contacted in the late 16th century are among the most mysterious and obscure events in the history of esotericism. My whole interest in the field, basically what I've spent decades studying, began with my discovery as a teenager learning Latin that angelic language, complete with grammar, vocabulary, syntax, etc., all the things that make a language had been revealed in a series of magical rituals in the late Middle Ages. As you might imagine, this made an enormous impression upon me. The languages are made of more or less stable patterns, which I used too well to take weekly learning exams. And such patterns can't be just easily made up on the fly. As talking about picking up languages, if it were an angelic language, it might very well be proof of something much advanced than just atoms in the void. I immediately ordered the Lexicon Complete Pinocchio Dictionary, which I still have over 200 years later, and I've been studying esotericism ever since. In this episode, we're going to continue our series on esoteric symbolism and languages. You can check out the card above to explore more topics in that series by turning our attention to the Enochian language in at least 3 episodes. The first one is going to be about the Enochian alphabet, the second on the context of the celestial book of Enoch, also known as the Liber Loga, and the angelic language. Pronounce the name of the book because that's how the angels said to pronounce it. A minority with a bunch of angels. And the third is going to be on the Enochian call, which provides us our only substantial glimpse into angelic as a functioning language. In this first episode, I'll explore the origins of the Enochian alphabet. I'll be situating the project in the philosophical and spiritual landscape of 16th century semiotics, or the study of representation more generally, and I'll attempt a paleographic analysis of the 2 Enochian scripts. If you're interested in magic, hermetic philosophy, or academic study of the occult, make sure to subscribe and check out my dozens of other topics in the study of esotericism. Also, if you want to support my work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content topics on esotericism, I hope you consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration of supporting this channel. It's really the only reason why this channel can continue to exist. I hope you'll join me as I explore the very first revelations of the Enochian language, or the celestial speech, to Dr. John D. and Edward Kelly. I'm Dr. Justin Smith, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Dr. John D. was no stranger to to the rigor of rational mathematical deduction, recall that he composed the introduction to the first English edition of Euclid's famed book on geometry, The Elements. Indeed, for D, the rational and the mystical were perfectly at home with one another, so it would be no wonder that he would eventually turn that analytical mind informed by pious Christian hermeticism to probe the fundamental depths of religious truth by attempting contact with the 15 messengers of God, the angels. By at least the early 1580s, he was experimenting with the technique of scribing, peering into a published object or substance in order to supernaturally perceive the metaphysical world. He had little substantial success himself until the arrival of the alchemist and forger Edward Kelly in 1582. If you want to learn a bit more about Kelly and his later alchemical writings, check out my episode on that topic above. Now, Kelly had a talent, so to speak, for scrying, and his doing so would set into motion the events that would lead to one of the most important events in the history of Western esotericism, the angelic conversations. Such conversations would include dozens of beings that would reveal at least 3 different systems of angelic magic, a range of invocations, rituals, furniture, and the celestial speech of the angels themselves. Before going forward, I just offer a few words of clarification and disclaimer. I have been using the word in much angelic language. That's because the language isn't Enochian in any important sense. It's typically referred to as angelic or celestial or times compatible in the written behind D. Now, that said, I'm just going to often use the vernacular term Enochian for both the sessions, the magical system, and the languages. I'm not a I'm a victim. I'm a victim of the tyranny of the Slavic vernacular that uses the word Enochian to describe language. Further, this is one of the bracketing ancient claims about the entities and revelations around angelic conversations. I want to present the text now constantly having to disclaim myself using somewhat belittling terms like allegedly so-called. I'm just going to controversial statements to the Kardashians, so for you or matter of the real is going to have to be a debate for another day. Lastly, to mostly bracket my skepticism. Kelly is super ashamed, to say the very least, and trying to deal again with text based on factual. In the same way that I'm happy to discuss other mythological systems in general terms, including the one that I happen to subscribe to, certainly extend that courtesy, if only provisionally, to the angelic conversations. That all said, let's discuss the language and text that are supposed to usher in the lips. And when Kelly read a few of those words out loud, he was picked up with some spirits and shuffles. Fun. The first phase of the angelic conversations primarily has to do with the development of is now typically called the understanding system. It runs roughly from March of 1582 to the earliest stirrings of the revelations of the angelic language itself roughly a year later, starting around 1583 and March of that year. The targeting system describes the various lands, cycles, especially the famed epidemic, and other apparatus for the invocation of various highly organized angels and spirits. In many ways, these sections lay out the magical technology to facilitate the further revelations, and were not really developed like magic in the Solomonic tradition, but generally. Once the bulk of the magical technology had been revealed, which I'm sure I'm going to end up doing a future episode on, the slow and honestly revelation of the angelic language or celestial speech then begins. Indeed, it appears that the system or the logo and its keys, along with the watchtower system, all seem to comprise a general magical system. Though none of these systems are complete or clear or really even terribly coherent in all the different debates in modern magic about just how all these are. And there are books the angels mentioned that's really important, but we know basically nothing of tantalizing. It can honestly be a bit crazy when trying to fit it all together to make it all coherently work. So let's just not go crazy and ignore those problems for now. Though to set the stage for the Libra logo in the angelic language, it's worth mentioning a couple of important aspects of the Heptarchic system and Renaissance magic more generally. It's to say, magic squares and the idea of a divine or angelic language. Let's start with the squares, as they appear pretty early on in these sessions themselves, and in many ways contain the very first element of the language. As you probably know, such squares are widely attested for back as ancient Rome, the Sator square being, of course, the most famous. But these also occur as far afield as Chinese mathematics and Arabic and Jewish astromagic. Or, at least, these squares are important in a few aspects. They play an important role in the same Williams on the philosophy latest Agrippa, especially in his theory and practice of astral and, in some senses, angelic magic. Really, I can't overstate just how important Agrippa's three books of occult philosophy is going to be in this entire Enochian saga. These squares are typically alphanumeric grids in which the numbers add up to the same number. The rows or columns are sometimes diagonally, or as in the famous squares of the Abramelin ritual, where they are populated with magical seed birds, often in Hebrew with various forms of degradation. What's key with this business of magical squares is that he was already convinced that the text of Loika, or wholly backwards in Greek, was already incredibly magically powerful. Specifically, the tables of Soiga, which are a series of 36 by 36 tables, filled with letters in some kind of astrological correspondence. He felt that these tables were incredibly important, so important that their content were among the first questions posed to the angels once contact was made through Kelly. Indeed, Angel Uriel, the first text was given to Adam in paradise, but apparently only the angel Michael could read it. As it turned out, the text was actually generated by using a C word fed into an algorithm, which was incorrect in the 1990s after the text was rediscovered. I've done a whole episode on these Soiga tables and their deciphering. You can look at it if you want to check out that episode. Now, it's also worth mentioning here that such tables and squares are part and parcel of the cryptology of day-to-day, and I would be positively remiss to ignore the intersection between the two dimensions, alphabets, and international espionage, which was kind of a thing deep and deep transmission was a thing. Who in fact developed a whole secret angel code transmission system at some point in the future. On a channel like this, could I say something like it's a transmission system? People not think that in my mind. Regardless of my relative sanity, the whole business of magic squares is about to get turned up to 11. Or really 49. Alright, let's go off the rails then. Within the first couple of weeks of the conversation, the very first magical squares appear and seem to contain the names of various spirits and angels whose names resemble the ones of fans and many are truth. that's in the British Museum. As you can see, they're extracted by reading the squares in various directions, especially the second square, which contains a small amount of number, letter substitution, and translation of various sections of the road. Conspicuously, the second table is a 7 by 7 table with the red of various directions of various angelic beings. I think it's sometimes overlooked in this square contains some of the earliest word, which will later be revealed as the Enochian or celestial language. First square contains the angelic names that are attested in other texts. Many of these angelic names we know in the books. However, this contains the names of angelic beings that only, to my knowledge at least, in the angelic revelations to Kelly, specifically one of the angelic names, Messa, who goes by, so you know, that's their name. They're going to play a huge role in the period of the Hebrew Loga revelations. As we will see, coming on to the celestial language primarily appear in a series of 49 by 49 tables of roughly 49 days starting on Good Friday. That process can surely be said to be the appearance of the Archangel Raphael on March 23rd. About a year in the angelic conversation more generally. The angel Raphael delivers a series of sermons or speeches in which they describe the coming revelation of the medicinal liquor, crumbling, and that sort of thing. But maybe, which has some kind of power and idea, might add chemical overtones to D. Kelly's ears. Kelly had ears. Recall that Raphael means healer of God and gives him a day in his records. Though something much grander than this was at play. The next day, Kelly spoke beneath Raphael's robes, and this book is actually revealed to be the liquor was referring to. The book is said to have 48 leaves, so this whole liquor would go 49. With these are of gold written upon which still went blood. Raphael eventually informs D. and Kelly the records of the angelic speech itself. It seems the secrets of creation and the apocalyptic end of history itself. No big monkey. Indeed, it appears to be the very words by which the word of the Gospel of John claims of the creation of the cosmos and being. You would think that the promise of such a revelation would have caused the to have looked into the belt and concentrated a bit more on the topic at hand. You know, just the secrets of creation, the speech of God Christ himself. Nope. Me and Kelly basically go on to the angels about buried treasure. Serious buried treasure. Angels even several times for this. Like, I'm talking about the divine secrets of all of creation and the coming apocalypse. And, you know, D. Kelly would basically like, apocalypse, blah, blah, blah. Let's see this buried treasure thing first, right? Cool. Not cool, guys. Not cool, D. Kelly. This entire buried treasure thing and many parts like it are why I love the angelic conversations. They are simultaneously mysterious and intriguing, and then they're absolutely hilarious and downright irreverent. Like what they do, respectively asking basically borrow money to buy a horse and other stuff, and D has to connect the mathematics of the angels and confuse squares and roots. I mean, even for the angel keys to all creation, let us pay for the buried treasure, alchemical ciphers, and of course, the angelic exchange program. You know who I really feel bad for in all this is Jane, Nike's wife, who must have been an amazingly strong and capable woman, and eventually, of course, Kelly's wife, Joanna, who really did well for herself and her children when Kelly was, you know, risen for alchemical bohemia. I'm definitely going to do an episode on both of these amazing women who really deserve it, having put up with Lee, Kelly, and Angels, very tremendous. All that said, on Tuesday, March 26th, the Rabbi Rothschild begins to properly reveal the text of Lee and Kelly. First, they've shown a 49 by 49 grid, out of which the using a golden rod points to 21 various symbols grouped into 3 groups of 7, which are read right to left, like Hebrew, and reveal to be the letters of the celestial speech or the alphabet. Before doing the analysis of the letters themselves, we're discussing some of the finer Renaissance semiotics of representation and Renaissance philosophy of language. While modern semiotics and philosophy of language maintain that the relationship between sign and signifier is arbitrary, this is just a way of saying that the word dog or any similar word in any language has no inherent or metaphysical relationship to the furry creature denoted by that term. That arbitrary relationship is by no means a given in pre-modern semiotics. Further, there was a more general metaphysical debate stretching back centuries before even John Dee about whether categories like abstract categories like dog or human existed at all. On one hand, the realists took a more platonic position, arguing that general categories did have some kind of metaphysical existence. The nominalists held that such categories were just names, so named nominalists, though perhaps not totally arbitrary names as linguists now hold them. Further, it was a theological commonplace that God had created the world to be a speech, and that language itself, at least in its form, still held some kind of metaphysical power. This especially in texts like the Sacred Torah, and was important both theoretically and practically. Practically, to hear about magic, pretty early on in European Middle Ages, it's all that Hebrew, which is supposed to be bad and real, which you see in so many magical texts down to this day, still often misspelled. And all this taken together produced a theory in the medieval and especially the Renaissance that metaphysically powerful language by which God spoke creation into being, going at this time was some form of reformed Hebrew, had been lost following the fall of but the recovered somehow. And this led to a sustained interest on the part of Christians into the study of Hebrew and even into some hieroglyphics. This asked for a perfect, divinely powerful language in which representation and word was all the rage in the time of John Dee. Indeed, in many ways, this is all that is captured in the Griffith's discussion of language and specifically angelic language in his treatise of philosophy. I'm going to make another episode on just the topic of Griffith's philosophy of language and magic at some point. So stay tuned for that. In fact, himself tried to forge a whole new system of representation in 1564 takes known as hieroglyphica. If you want a deeper dive into that really difficult text and question of semiotics and magic, make sure to check out my 3-part series on that book. What I'm trying to drive home here is that the angelic alphabets the origin of the angelic script we found in the Conversation of Angels. A more likely candidate may be so close to the alphabet in the 1530 quadrigal chemical language, early impediments, or compendium of calculus. Dean has given a copy of this text in 1599, and as I mentioned, it does contain that it calls Enochian. And I have to admit, these Enochian letters bear some resemblance to the angelic script, though not so much the first version, and there's really no homology between the letters and their respective phonetic values between the two so-called Enochian alphabets. While it's possible that the Voarkadumia served as an inspiration for the John D. angelic script, this connection does strike me as continuous to exist. Further, and I think this is really important, not D we should be thinking about here. It's Kelly. At least know what we're doing well, seems to have known and been practicing some form of Solomonic poetic magic while communing with the angels. Trying to get the demons to tell him whether very sure it was Kelly. It's not clear that he explored this notoriously difficult text before. Not kidding. I've read a lot of people, and this is without being one of the most obscure. In further, the connection between the two character sets really only applies if one is looking at the later angelic script, the first one revealed on March 26th. Another possible condition for the script could be typography or shorthand. Kelly, as you may know, was a trained notary, and shorthand would have been part of that training. Now, he did use that training to engage in the forgery, but like I said, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Kind of. These symbols, of course, were survivals of the system of light shorthands that were developed by one of the slave scribes of Cicero, Tiro, in fact, his name, the Tironian notes. In fact, the most well-known Tironian symbol, the symbol for et or and, actually survives into use today, especially in the Irish national script. Again, these shorthand symbols do, to my eye at least, bear a striking resemblance to and the notary was possible origin for the symbols. However, the script of the manuscript also shares names where it's with the photography, but that's a story for another day. Indeed, this is something that now that the alphabet isn't just like the first two times the script appeared, the much more cursive script or later in the records and produced by sometimes outside the possessions themselves. Now, it's possible that Kelly saw more stylized versions and that the cursive versions were just easier ways to write down those symbols in the midst of the conversations. And indeed, Kelly seems to express just such a position. As I mentioned, there are 21 letters representing the basic sounds of the G sound, which is a and there are no sounds really for English in the alphabet. Now, this can be taken to be evidence of the non-supernatural origin of the language. It seems like you'll have all kinds of sounds that are foreign to you. Though I've always thought of that line in the Quran where Allah tells Muhammad that, indeed, we have sent it as an Arabic Quran. This ayah has always struck me as interesting because it seems to indicate that if Muhammad weren't an Arab and I don't know, deep person, the Quran would have been revealed in an alphabet or better than that. Despite the idea that the earthly Quran is a copy of a celestial eternal Quran, B, the D got the Anglican version? I don't know. Someone else might have gotten a different version. The Polish version might have been completely lacking in vowels. The Hawaiian version may have been mostly vowels. Who knows? The first version of the alphabet seems to be less formalized, but it does not fundamentally appear to be cursiva in nature. This just means that little in the way of internal uniformity in glyph structure or ductus. In other words, it was homely, unique calligraphic material of the time, and appears to my eyes as artificial or made up, not likely shaped by the calligraphic pressures which produced other historical scripts. Now, of course, aesthetic judgments don't really matter because of jelly script originally, and it just also might be the case that the script wasn't subject to historical pressure because the angles are, well, not the internal, it just didn't evolve. The more elaborate or formalized script, or I might call it the more reversal-like form of the script, is the more better known to people as it began, and it's clearly formed with a much more elaborate ductus. Here the glyph seemed formed by several strokes that are built up somewhat like reversals and some very dramatic and elaborate serifs, and a couple of the elements to have the presence of puffy or little dots, which don't seem to appear in the first script, but do seem important in the second. Here the ductus contains several strokes with the quill, often seeming to draw the glyphs rather than being composed by the natural stroke of the nib. That seems most apparent to me in the rather dramatic serifs of this script. Indeed, if the same quill were used for both the notes here in Sloane 188 and the composition of the angelic letters, then we certainly have glyphs which are drawn rather than naturally written, even if they're built up from several versal-like strokes. Yet the script does not strike me as natural, with no clear linear trajectory, though a general unity of openness seems to dominate. Again, Kelly had some experience as a notary and a clerk, and his handwriting is honestly a welcome relief in the manuscripts, especially compared to these, which becomes positively incomprehensible by the manuscript because the venues where most of the continental conversations are recorded. So, the more calligraphic version of the angelic script of the Enochian script, or perhaps things to that training as a notary or as a scribe. Though given these two scripts, it does not appear that the first script is somehow minuscule. The later, more formal version is majuscule. The Enochian script seems to be exclusively majuscule throughout the entire sessions, much like Hebrew, but unlike English or Greek. Further, case, it seems like they are both two scripts, one more stylized and formal, and perhaps one just more utilitarian. Though again, Kelly does indicate that the later, more formal script is the angelic script, properly speaking. Further, we're told that this celestial speech is written as a from right to left, like Hebrew, and that, like Hebrew and Greek, individual letters have names. For instance, the B sound is called ha, and the O sound is called ment, etc. However, unlike Hebrew and Greek, the names of each angelic letter do not seem to bear either a phonetic or seeming relationship to the letter attached to it. For instance, in Proto-Sinaitic, in Hebrew and Phoenician, the second letter actually comes from a converted Egyptian hieroglyphic for house, which both becomes the shape of the eventual Phoenician Hebrew letter, and is the reason why that letter, the sound by house, is linked for that reason with the letter B. That connection is more. The olive beta becomes the alpha beta of the Greek language. Beta only really means the name of that letter and isn't connected in any way to the Greek word for house, oikos. So the relationship between the morphology of the glyphs, their phonetic value, their nominal designation remain unsurprisingly completely mysterious. It's also worth mentioning that, like Greek and Hebrew, there's also some connection between the angelic glyphs and their numerical value. But this is also completely obscure, and I'll be discussing the complicated mystery of Enochian numbers in more detail when I get to the third part of the series, the Enochian calls. What I find perhaps most surprising about the Enochian or angelic alphabet is what isn't mentioned in his notes. While the tables of Enoch, the calls, and the watchtower are given often painstaking detail, the angelic script received virtually relationship of the glyph to the font, etc. None of this is really given any attention, and neither Dean or Kelly seem to really inquire about it, aside from sometimes they're interested in sort of the color the script should be when it's written out. And even then, the angels don't really often seem to care about this very much. Now, given that I'm a calligrapher with an eye toward paleography, I'm sure this is just me being a bit nitpicky, but still, this is the angelic script. You would think we would get some kind of handwriting tutorial, but I guess not. Treasure the most important language in all of existence. Who are you guys? I'm the broadest. They're gonna write this thing. After insisting that both men memorize and become proficient with the angelic alphabet, the usual Raphael issues a dire warning about the medicine or books they are about to reveal. Lieber, Mali's truly death itself for the wicked. This book is the famously mysterious Loga, or the Book of the Speech of God, also known as Amzes Nakhezes Harda, which either a name for God or it's something like let those that fear God, in other words, read through somehow both. It's said to be nothing less than the very Logos, by which the Logos created all just that being, with apocalypse and anarchy. The series as I explore the celestial tables of the very speech of God. We'll also be doing a full roundup in later episodes as well. Until then, be sure to subscribe, check out my other content, and again, consider supporting work on Patreon or one-time donation. Thanks below. Until then, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane and history, philosophy, and literature.
What?
It's a high. The Tree of Life is perhaps the single most enduring image of emerge from the world of the Kabbalah. This arboreal figure with a balance of circular nodes and linear connections comes with a kind of sacred geometry with a glimpse into the hidden metaphysics of the divine nature and its connection to our world. The road to our divine emanations continue to be the source of intense meditation, speculation, and has long since entered into the occult and hermetic imagination with esotericism generally. Perhaps one of the most enduring symbols of the Kabbalah, which is viewed as a concept in the history of Jewish mysticism, remains shrouded in mystery. In this episode, I'm going to reach back into the obscure origins of the Kabbalah watching. Make sure to subscribe and check out my other content, topics, and criticism. So, let's for my work providing accessible, relevant, free, lyricism on YouTube. I would like to consider supporting my work Patreon, perhaps on a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration of supporting this project. Now, I hope you'll join me as we explore the very first appearances of Sphero as true divine emanations in the 20th century life. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica. We explore the arcane in history, philosophy, as I'm sure you know, it's not exact reasons. Again, the reasons that should be kind of obvious. They are hidden or at least obscure, and sometimes hopefully made even more so. But very rarely are ideas as complex as these Sphero simply born all the way. Rather, they slowly creep into history, often in a state of intense initial obscurity, and only after centuries of interpretation they take a state form which endures into the popular imagination. Which is popular, and indeed, that's exactly what we see in the history of the Sphero and development of the tree of life. Developed over centuries of failure to many of us as a result of that process, and not its starting point. As I know, the circle of sacred gifts are out of the operation for the first years. Check out my episodes of Gifts are out of the the word Sphero is so strange, neologism stemming from the root of in Sephiroth, it appears as being 10 drums and which point out that the word Belima actually only occurs once in the entire ancient Hebrew, the Hebrew Bible, and of course it occurs in the book of Job, where most utterly obscure Hebrew words like to live, and it literally means something like without want, so something like Sphero of nothingness, maybe. A native word vaguely meaning to count in a word that only occurs once in an otherwise completely obscure book of the Hebrew Bible shows it here. So every unclear story here. No one really understands what the sacred gifts ever mean by the 10 Sphero Belima. The text is just so brief and obscure. They're usually paired with the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet and or the means by which God brings the cosmos into being. My fingers is that these ingredients are of things that the 10 Sphero has numerical and logical principles. You can think even Pythagorean here if it helps to clarify things, which when combined with the 22 variable letters serve as the foundation. Generally, this idea was current in the milieu of and Jewish in which these sacred gifts appear, and that the word is tended to the idea of counting, I think, is quite conspicuous. Though note, but sacred gifts never claims the Sphero are. At this earliest stage of the development of the concept, the Sphero do not appear to be divine emanations. And the idea to appear a few centuries later, specifically in the Immune or the circulation circle, and most completely can be safer how about here, or the book of blindness. The Immune circle, which most recent scholarship locates in southern France in the 13th century, seems to reveal that there were 13 rather than 10 Sphero, corresponding rather logically if you have a traditional attribute of God's mercy. These 13 powers that were called in the Immune circle were explicitly linked with the Sphero exact connection is clear in their literature. Though it is in the contemporary text of Rabbi here that the 10 Sfirot, as they are now, are generally known first appear through that text, although the text there tend to prefer to call them Rothschild. This idea reaches back into classical Jewish thought, the idea that God speaks into being. There's some indication that the Sefer Bahir is also informed by an earlier American text, the Sefer Raza Rabbah, or the Book of the Great Secret, which also contains a similar, somewhat mutilated list of emanations. To be honest, the Sefer Bahir is written in such a confusing manner that it was written down and then the pages were thrown into the ether and edited together as they fell. Attempting to derive a systematic account of the Sfirot from the text proves exceedingly difficult. But that appears to be exactly what the proto-Kabbalists of the early 13th century Provence and Girona did. And it is from their work, the Sfirot and the Tree of Life, as we know them, really began to emerge. The first Kabbalist really known to history is probably Isaac the Blind, also called Sagi Nahor in Aramaic, which literally means full of light. This is a reference to the tradition that he was born physically blind, but that his spiritual and philosophical side were amazingly keen. Isaac was the son of the famed Abraham ben David, also known as the Ravad, to the emergent Aristotelian. Also an accomplished Talmudist and legal scholar. A legal scholar, there is some persuading evidence of some time which is with specific revelation from the prophet of light and of the Holy Spirit, though the details of all of this are very vague. I think the mind's decisive seems to have been to combine these revelations with the mentions of the Sfirot and the Sefer here, thus producing a much more systematic synthesis. For the first time, such a diffused list of the Sfirot by linking them with a verse from the Bible, specifically from the Book of Chronicles. For the first time, the Sfirot are more or less stabilized in terms of their respective names and the scheme of communication. And further, they're also divided into 3 linear columns of right, center, and left, thus laying the ground for the Tree of Life scheme known to the history and the spirituality. Now, I should point out, the Tree of Life scheme of the Sfirot is just one of several, and another of the earliest depictions is a kind of nested Russian toll-like scheme from Pardes Cordovero. Note also in this schemata that we have rather than the more typical ESO, in the position showing that even in a generation of Cordovero, the continue to be quite dynamic. These schemes, the 8 one scheme and the nested scheme, are just meant to depict different modes by which these Sfirot come into being and interact with one another, neither being one or the other. It just so happens that the Encyclopedia of the Tree of Life configuration has become the most popular, but we shouldn't think of the truth as being decided by a popularity contest. In some of his writings, Sagi Nahor will describe the coming into being of the mystical Torah as couched in the language of the Sfirot, in which various lights or flames emerge from a primordial state of potentiality into actuality. What's most striking, in my opinion, is that if Isaac derived from birth, as is traditionally held, that works absolutely abound in light, flame, colors of all which twinkle and shine, glitter, with the splendor of hues of white fire, all called and reflected to the eyes of the prophet. Metaphysical airworks show Sfirot emerge from ontological darkness, no things perhaps more than any other of this time, prefigures the content of that most foundational text of Kabbalah. Let's say for example, Peter Sakinamor combines mystical exegesis, philosophical rigor, and the metaphysical hermeneutic of the 10 Sefirot to reveal a Jesus becoming a vast metaphysical dynamism, positively replete with shading a rupture and flowing process of emanation of Hasilut. It would be no exaggeration to note these texts as among the first truly Kabbalistic texts in history, despite transmitting these earliest Kabbalistic ideas to a very strict circle of disciples and then spreading those disciples to the nation Kabbalists of places like Girona and Spain. Isaac the Blind was furious that his and other Kabbalistic teachers were being written down. He famously hymned that the book which is written down should not be just in a comfort. But it was only a matter of time for these profoundly esoteric teachings which make their way via the transmission of the early Kabbalists. Among the most interesting of his early Kabbalistic teachers was Isaac the Blind's student, Rabbi Rothschild, himself based in near Barcelona, the second cradle of Kabbalah outside of Provence for the Great Maturation in Castile. Unlike Isaac the Blind, or better, Sakinahor, who seemed to have inherited his mother's resistant attitude toward philosophy generally, Rabbi Azrael was the first Kabbalist who seek to explore the Sefirot system as developed by Sakinahor under the aegis of the Neoplatonic infused Aristotelianism of his day. Among the most interesting works of Azrael Girona is something akin to an early Kabbalistic catechism, which he writes in Christian and Luther form. He introduces and develops a core concept in the history of Kabbalah, the zero entry of life, that of being so for eternal, infinite nothingness of which no knowledge is possible, and from which all divinity and being flow. This process, being so is an infinite realm beyond all comprehension, out of which first existed everything in a state of absolute potentiality, in which was part by part activated into being. Here found the lineage in creation, creation but rather being flows from an infinite recess of potentiality, activated by the divine, the unfolding of the Sefirot, and eventually, our cosmos. Azrael proceeds question by answer, as the various Sefirot arrange their orders and the process of procession itself. Considering how early this text is in the history of Kabbalah, it is breathtaking its systematic presentation of such a difficult concept, and indeed sets the stage not only for the maturing Kabbalah as it will appear in Castile, but also such works as the Shulchan Aruch of Joseph Gigatia and the later systematic accounts of the Sefirot laid out by people like Cordovero. Of course, Azrael's students would be none other than the famed jurist and Kabbalist and Nachman, famously known as the Humanities converts commentaries with the way of truth without a sign of the Kabbalistic truth. If you want to explore the text I discussed in this episode, be sure to pick up a copy of Joseph Don's edited volume of the early Kabbalah, which translates many of these texts for the first time into English, along with a really great introduction and those who read them. These texts are still rather confusing. You can also read Rabbi Azrael's question and answers of Kabbalistic catechism, whereas he wrote online reading through and reading half of it in English, half of it translated there, but hey, thanks to Safaria. Yes, I've been golfing a lot. I love it. It's a lot of fun. A lot of sunlight, right now. Golf carts, smoking pot, balls. Go a lot of places. I did play Trump. Was it the nicest course that I played on? Yeah, the $280 million course that I got to deal on. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of great places. What's your best score? I don't know. My guess. 72? I don't know, something like that. Ryan Jacobs, every single episode of amazing drawings lately. These unbelievable posters, every episode on for sale. It's all out there. RyanJacobs.com, you can get them. Why not? Vito's Pizza, delicious Vito's Pizza. I've been indulging a lot this week in a lot of Italian food from Vito's. I had the fancy yet again. Meatballs this week, the sausage and meatballs. It's golf food. Good for people that ride electric bicycles too. This is the electric bicycle and pizza. All Vito's locations everywhere. I like the one on Los Angeles, but they're also out in Santa Monica. They're in Chicago. They're everywhere. Vito's Speedway, Ray Gino, always joining us. Always is our Big Better Boat Studio was home to us for many months during the quarantine, and we absolutely love it. Get a candle with you. Candleco.com. Yeah. Bruce Master classes up and bumping Patreon.com/HingeClub for a bunch of extra Tony talking about making fun of people stuff. Jeremiah is supposedly going on the road again. He has a bunch of dates, and he just keeps announcing and canceling. He's filling in for 14 headliners who don't want the dates, and then he's surprised when he gets canceled at the end. But he's supposedly going to Raleigh, North Carolina, August 13th through the 15th, and Minneapolis, Minnesota, August 26th to the 29th. What else is going on? Anything crazy? Well, you gotta get up and get down. I'm talking about erectile dysfunction. It isn't always easy to talk about erectile dysfunction. Usually we just brush it off or blame ourselves, saying like, I think I lost my mojo, or point it all together with excuses like I had a long day at work, or something, honey, I'm just not feeling it, or I did a bad. But with Roman, he is easy to talk about. With a real doctor who can prescribe real medication, it's simple, safe, and totally discreet.
Yeah, with Roman, you can get a free online evaluation on the care or ED, all the comfort and privacy of your own home. The doctor will work with you to find the best treatment plan. If medication is appropriate, Roman will ship it to you. Free 2-day shipping. The whole process is straightforward and simple and discreet. Getting started is simple. Just go to roman.com/Tony and complete an online visit.
Erectile dysfunction used to be tough to tackle, but now there's Roman. Complete an online visit today to connect with a doctor and take care of it. Go to roman.com/Tony today. If approved, you'll get $15 off your first order of any treatment. Wow, $15 off! Get a motor! Let's get roman.com/Tony. Get roman.com/Tony. And boy, oh boy, are we excited to announce the return of one of our favorite sponsors. You guys know this, fans of the show. Rough time getting through lockdown and social distancing, and I want to tell you about some of the products from Infinite CBD. You remember Infinite CBD is the cleanest, purest CBD available. If you've never heard of CBD, it's derived from plants and packs all the benefits of marijuana without getting high. And Infinite CBD has a ton of different products that we use, and they're just great. I rub it all over my body all the time.
Here's some Infinite CBD products. You can get you through the hard times, Tony. CBD AM Plus, typical and concentrated gummies, that's my favorite. The new flavors like sour and spectrum gummies. Spectrum. Not spectrum. You think you're losing it? These can help your lungs. CBD lube. You know, it feels good. You've got time to treat yourself. Actually, that's really good. So you can spend. Try CBD lube.
Right. If you put your fucking stuff up.
Yeah. If you haven't tried CBD, look it up. There's a lot of research and users reporting benefits like reducing anxiety, reducing inflammation, more.
So infinitecbd.com is your products fits you. So it's infinitecbd.com, and if you use promo code Tony, you will get 20% off once more. That's infinitecbd.com, promo code Tony for 20% off. Very we
I like
you know, we just gotta get through it. I'm excited about these sponsors. I just love these. We're having fun. It's beautiful Monday. We're live on YouTube. Live streamers are amongst us. You're watching, right? Everything's out there. Okay, let's start tonight's episode. Then we have a fun one. I do believe lined up. You know, we never know that. I sometimes something along. I think tonight's gonna be a fun show. But I don't know. I don't know what kind of movie band's in. I don't know who's gonna get pulled out of the bucket. I don't know if the regulars might be prepared or whatever. I don't ever know. This is a completely different show. Other podcasts, you know what they're gonna talk about. They have a big whiteboard right behind the camera that you never see, in which they talk about the things that they're gonna talk about. That they're gonna talk about all week. We have a band on this show. They commit to being different characters every episode. We never know what they're gonna be. Let's find out what they are tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I present you the best statement in the land for Kill Tony, Jeremiah, Ethan Stolberg, Jimenez, Jet Ski, Jesse Johnson, and Chris. Here we go. Let's see what happens tonight, shall we? Here they come, I'm sure, any moment now. Oh, we know this crew. Oh, wow. Man. Okay, I thought it was newscasters, but now I'm a bit confused. Could be 80s comedians. Striking this. What, is it newscasters? Oh, it's newscasters.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's one puppet, so it's going smooth.
You were a sportscaster calling a foul ball.
There you go, sportscaster. Is it the newscaster?
You're all sports guys?
Yes.
Okay, well then you're not newscasters, you're sportscasters.
Sportscasters, sports broadcasters, whatever you like to do. Yes.
Hey, these are new characters.
They debuted about 4 years ago. Very freaking long.
Welcome back. What's your name?
My name is Teddy Massingill. Yes.
Massingill.
Massingill. Massingill.
All right, and who's this here next to you with the massive coat? Hey, I'm gonna feel that muscle here. Wow. Scary balls. Scary balls. Scary.
It used to be very fun.
Okay,
That's why the code is
for you. Forrest Dunk.
Forrest.
Forrest Dunk. Okay.
That's correct.
All right, why do you have headphones on?
Well, I have to listen up. Look at the stats on the booth.
Okay, how about you?
Hey, Tony.
I'm Sam here. Sidelines. Thank you, Chris.
Look at these sports right now. Actually, baseball is dragon season right now.
And just in NFL preseason. Did that really just come in? Oh yeah, no, I did the preseason. Yep. Okay, we got a bunch of sports guys with us here. I know you guys asked for it. We're gonna come back. You know what you want to sports.
This has been 4 years in the making. Story of a comeback. The underdog. The Rocky story.
You know, you look all on point. Maybe I'm wrong because I get them all mixed together. There's a lot of characters that you look like the comedian that we have.
That is actually my brother Zippy.
Zippy. You guys have the same outfit, hair.
actually
different mustache. He doesn't have a mustache when you do those characters. They all start to look a little bit alike. Hey, they all look alike to me. Welcome, guys. We're gonna have fun. We have 4 sign-ups in the bucket. They are actually we have 5 tonight, so somebody's going to do. Oh, that makes it a little bit of place involved. Yeah, 5 sign-ups, 4 open slots. So we're going to see what happens.
Sally Jesse Raphael, remember her in the class? Great class character.
Oh, there you go. That Rap Red Man showing his name. Jesse Raphael reference here.
From Deep
David Lucas sitting on it. Sing Raphael. So dumb. Let's get the show started. You know, we started the last few episodes on Michael Lair, but you know what? Every single time that guy goes up, he proves to be a fucking loser. So we're gonna flip it around again, ladies and gentlemen. Kicking off tonight's show, a beloved figure to many, by so many more. It's incredible, ladies and gentlemen. Here's what we want.
What's up? First and foremost, I want to give you up for salad dressing Raphael. He is a good friend of my uncle's. I wrote the set after a couple ice houses, let's just call it that, a couple nights ago. There was a difference between Queen Cancer and the child. My dad's got it. Who needs Jesus if he's in the metal detector? Just be working at Disney World. Check out the cancel over there. Coming out with a movie, it's called Spiky Pineapple. How do we hold this?
Wow, William Montgomery.
What was up with that time?
You really,
What happened there?
you left a lot of space for laughter there at the end. You must have thought that spiky pineapple joke was going to
I did. Have you recently held a pineapple?
Yes.
They are spiky.
Yes, they are.
The movie is called Spiky Pineapple. Generally, I don't have overthink.
Why would it be a movie? Why would you make an entire movie out of a spiky pineapple?
Flipper 2.
Well, you know, you can just hold the pineapple. It's like, I'm waiting for you. Maybe I'll write that. How much did you write? 200 feet. Oh, barely. You wrote something under the news. Even wondering exactly what it was. Does your dad have cancer?
No, he's cancer-free 2 years.
You said cancer, or you just said
And then
really?
pretty much a miracle. And then cancer response.
That's great. How about now the Jesus metal detector? You know, can we talk about this for a second? If you don't hate Jesus, if you have a metal detector, can you explain?
Yeah, you don't need Jesus. You've got a metal detector.
What do you mean, right?
I mean, how many times has Jesus logic no longer? Jesus is a fisherman.
He's a fisher. Jesus is a fisher. Is he? And was he a fisherman? What passage in the Bible says he's a fisherman? Do you know? 10 massive
and the two-fish story.
I don't know. Are we talking about Red Band's Midnight Snack? You would post it some way. You love biblical proportion. Hallelujah. Yeah, what does Red Band get it from? Oh, really?
Secretly, yes, completely.
Why?
Why have they been putting time last year?
What
is it? Because even when we explain that joke, it's still be good thing.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the stick. I got 104. I'm proud of every of your jokes here today. This is me working at Disney World Major Catholic.
Hey, look at the candles over there.
You just
Did you do that for my second grade?
I don't even think a second grader would. That's
The castle over there. My point is, Disney World is known for a Cinderella castle. And I swear to God, if I'm working there, I am. I'm saying, hey, you don't leave that castle here. Please, the Cinderella's castle. I've been working for Disney now for 5 fucking years.
you work at a storage facility. The job
Absolutely, I had to resign.
No, you didn't.
I had to resign.
Did you really?
You want a job? Do you have a job? You got a job for me? Okay. Oh,
I literally had tens and tens of people offer you jobs. The
well,
last
now I finally
need one in the middle of
here they come to your job.
but you didn't accept any of the high-paying jobs that would have changed your life and alleviated your own alcoholism with the economy.
That was several months ago. Yeah, the economy really, and I'm drinking a laundry alcohol and spray bottles. And you're telling me about these jobs, and I greatly apologize, and I should have listened to you.
Well,
I need a job right now.
what kind of job are you
I'm gonna be back in Memphis soon.
without a doubt? So what kind of job are you willing to do? Just so that the listeners out there know, a lot of the fans of the show, we have ZipRecruiter, there's a lot of people hiring. So my question is this, just so everybody knows, what's the worst job that you ever hired?
Yeah, worst job I've ever done.
No. What's the worst job that you're willing to take right now?
Say, golf person.
A golf person at a putt bowl. You're not getting
That
that
is
job. Not getting that job. The putts are closed. Even the putting courses.
a job
I know. So let's
I mean, what will I do?
will you? That's what I'm asking.
And are you hiring me? See, that's right. You're right. I had to get a job at Trader Joe's. Right. That's right.
What kind of job do you think you do it effectively? You know what? Okay. Let me ask you this. Okay. I'm a customer. I walk into a Petco. You work at the Petco. Hello, can you help me?
Yeah, were you looking for a channel cat? No, cats. What are you looking for? A channel cat?
What the fuck's a channel cat? I'm a customer here. I was looking for.
David, why did you come and say, I was looking at it.
There's no way. What happened to your hoodie? So I'm at a Petco. I'm a customer. I'm looking to buy a squirrel. Can you help me?
Yeah, what's your name?
Bob
What's your last name?
Jenkins. Bob Jenkins. Here to buy a squirrel. Do you have a squirrel? What size? Medium. A medium.
What, 2 feet?
Yes. To everyone.
Squirrel?
Yeah, medium is 2 feet. Everyone knows
It's
that.
$1,000. A 2-foot fucking squirrel? It's $1,000.
Do you accept cashier's check?
I accept that.
That's it?
A 2-foot squirrel?
What kind of Petco is that?
Whoa! I'm ready.
Okay.
Exactly. That's what made my joke funny. Holding a pineapple, coming out with a pineapple.
Have you been talking with your parents lately?
Yeah.
Well,
My mom wants me to email her my address so she can send me a rubber grill.
oh, that's nice of her. That's very nice of her. Do you know how to do like cooking or something?
Stuff.
You do? Do you? Or is
Yeah, like cheeseburgers.
how would you make a cheeseburger? Can you explain?
For like 2 minutes on either side.
I don't know about that. See, this is what's in. This could be a good idea for you. You can start your own cooking show. Literally tens of thousands of people have been doing it. I think yours could be it.
I cut burgers like 10 minutes on either side.
How would you prep the cheeseburgers? Would you just buy them already patted
A
up?
lot of onions, peppers.
Is there any beef involved? How much onions and how much beef? 2 feet.
2 feet of beef.
Yeah, we can spread
Is this a joke? Literally, you can call it really young.
What?
We had a cooking show called really young.
Why would you do that?
Why you have young? Really young. Funnier? Younger. Are you right? I am really younger. He did not literally I just go out a lot of things. I didn't want to say it, I ended up saying it. That was going to be my last one.
You're retiring?
Saying tonight I will for my son.
What do you think that is?
We would never like to hang you from the rafters tonight. We're retiring your rocks.
Anything else you want to say before we let you go?
I have been.
Yeah? What mountain top are you talking about? Oh. There you go. Oh, Red Man got his first and only card signed out of the bid tonight, so at least something good came out of it. Here's what you Montgomery, everybody. All right, David Fury. Rampant plan, helping us out. And everything nice and clean. Very exciting stuff. All right, well, the name of the bucket, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe this is this young man's first time on the show. I'm excited to meet someone right now. I think I can sing it for Dave Sarah, everyone. Dave Sarah, here we go. Dave Sarah.
I probably shouldn't even be here now. Probably have to use my mom. I'm looking at him. I've been selling purebreds in the last couple of years in California. So, like a generation. So, do something new. I bought a whip and a pet jack. I really think that's the easiest way to do it. I'm a expert, but I can definitely do that. Puppies are so convenient. We buy it after night, and I beat them over the head. And when you kill the damn thing, you just want to get scared of you. Look. Thank you. Yeah.
It's fun. Is any of that training really about
No, that's not all.
Not at all.
It's actually the first joke I ever wrote. That joke.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a big difference. That was your first joke you ever wrote. William wrote his jokes on the drive over here.
That's different.
load like depends. But yeah, it's right next to East LA. So talk about like your okay. Talk about what's not as nice as it sounds. It turns out. It sounds like you're gonna be up here like Mendocino and all that, but it's not. It's not bad. California. What? Like Paris, California. Sounds really fancy, but it's garbage. You know that you're East LA correspondent. I'm actually a white man from Philadelphia. Forest and dogs. It's crazy that you're from Philadelphia and your name's Forrest Dunks because of two references. Philadelphia Forrest Dunks. That's what I thought. Back to you in the studio, Tony. Hey, Sarah, what do you do for a living? I work for a company that is body-loving mammal. They're processing. Body-loving mammal. Yeah, what do you do for them? I'm in processing, so like William. And so on that night, I was like, William was a regular before David. Yeah, you were talking to William about saying, what do you think about David coming on as a second regular? I wasn't really asking his opinion. No, you were just talking. William doesn't help me with anything. And honestly, it's funny because it's talking to you and you're just like, dude, shut the fuck up. That's not bad. Where did this conversation happen? What were you doing in the bar? Okay, so I actually, you called me very last, and I was in the back smoking already, so I was taking the blacklist. Wow, you really hurt. Yeah. And, there's jokes about OD in the bathroom and stuff like that. Of course, yeah, we make jokes about people that don't show up. Sure. Yeah. So you were out back, you missed your spot, and then it turns out that you're out back again, eavesdropping on confidential Kill Tony business.
He looks kind of like a cop.
No,
You do have cop face. How long have you been impersonating Todd Glass?
Oh, hey, Todd Glass. I like Todd Glass. Anyway, I went back there with William, and this was kind of before back there. This was about a year ago, so they were a little less strict as they are now. How do you know when they're strict and when they're not strict? I mean, I've been coming here for 4 years. Like, You've been going to the back for 4 years? That's the back. People just let you back there because they think you like work.
Dealing second.
Yeah, so basically that was actually, I'm not going to say, anyway, but yeah, so I just would basically just walk back there. Just, you don't pay, like, I wouldn't pay attention to anybody. No, they stop a lot of people. But they do stop a lot of people. You're suspiciously clean-cut looking. Right. That's what started this conversation. Yes, suspicious, I suppose, yeah. So what else is degenerate like about you? I mean, I don't know, I just, I don't want to, You smoke a lot of pot, what else? A lot of pot, smoke a lot of cigarettes, do some blow. Oh, look at this. How did only in 2020 are there fat cocaine addicts? Right. I know. I wore a sweater and it's kind of high my belly a little bit. No, we can still tell. I know.
You just snorting powdered sugar?
Yeah, seriously. It's incredible.
Do you mean Coca-Cola?
What's your living situation? I live with my brother in Montebello. My brother, he has schizophrenia, paranoid schizophrenia. He's like 12 years older than me. So he gets medical, he gets some medical money and I get some for taking care of him as a caretaker. Oh, wow. So that helps us. My parents live like about a mile away and we live in the same house that we grew up in. So my parents just live about a mile. They're in their late 70s, my parents. So like they only drop in every once in a while. They couldn't really handle it. You ever do lines of blow with your parents? No, of course not. Okay. You ever do lines of blow with your schizophrenic brother? I have before. Oh my goodness! What kind of caretaker are you? That's a bad idea. But this was long before he was receiving any government money, or even before we knew he was fucked up. Right. But like, you couldn't tell that he was fucked up at all. No. We could tell. We just didn't know like the condition. I mean, it took like 10 years to get his medicine correct. You know, what I mean, like he went through some fucking.
So like what? Tell us about.
I mean, he went through a stage where his body was contorting and he couldn't control it, and it's fucking terrible to like be around. And he wouldn't want to go to the hospital. He'd freak out.
Jesus, I mean, I'm friends with Michael Lair. That happens to him all the time.
Right,
That's not terrible to be around.
No, I mean, but like, yeah, I'll show you some.
The body contorting?
I mean, it looked like he was having an exorcism almost.
Well, that's pretty entertaining. Yeah, smoke some weed, do a couple lines of blow. The next thing you know, your brother's spider walking backwards at you down the hallway. It's like, what the fuck?
You should have just bought him one of those Jabberwocky masks.
Yeah.
Yes, a Jabberwocky mask. Nobody knows. No one knows what Joel's talking about.
The internet will... I know exactly what you're talking about, Forrest. Keep up the great work back there.
Thank you.
Back in with you.
Forrest Dunks, ladies and gentlemen. Back to me in studio. So, Dave, what else about you? What's your love life like? You seem fool a lot of women with this clean-cut image on the outside and then just sloppiness on the inside.
Yeah, no, I was like in 2 long relationships in my 20s. One was like 5 years old.
2 feet long?
Maybe a full foot. So, my last girlfriend, we broke up about 4 years ago. We lived together for about 8 months, but nothing. I mean,
how'd that end? Why did that end? Tell the truth.
I will tell the truth. At that time, this was about 4 years ago. Valentine's Day was on a Sunday, and on Friday, I had just gotten off of work, went home where we were living in an apartment in Pasadena.
Yeah.
And then
went on a little bender.
Well, no, but she was asleep when I got there, and she was sleeping through the days.
You raped her?
No, I didn't rape her.
Okay, go on.
So yeah, I mean, she was asleep. It was Friday night. I get a call from my cousin saying, "Hey, you want to come to downtown, have a drink?"
What's up, Miss Aquarius?
I was like, yeah, no, I don't feel like waking her up and explaining all this bullshit.
Can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? Mr. Aquarius. Can you hear me? Mr. Aquarius. Maybe it's on my end. Can you hear me?
I hear you now.
Okay, excellent. How are you?
What are you doing? I'm good. What you doing? Are you busy?
I'm just preparing for this podcast.
Okay, well, we'll play tomorrow, then.
No, we can play now. I didn't know that's what you wanted to do. Certainly.
I gotta go to the bathroom. You gotta go give me 1 minute to accept the vision and type me, and then I'll accept when it's done.
Yes, ma'am.
After that, I'm going to eat. Who's that? Everybody say something.
Yes?
Okay. I got the phone. I got the phone on my phone. Okay, there you go. I got it. I thought I forgot this was on the iPad. My goodness, that wasn't gonna help none anyway. Okay. Yeah, let's play this and then we'll go eat. Oh, dang it, come on. Okay. All right. Right. Okay. Okay. All right. Come on, Rabbi. You got it. That's slow motion. Hey.
Hey, you've gotten some tough breaks. Give it to me. There we go.
I have. You got easy one. Okay.
I know you've got some tough breaks.
Ah. It's okay. Come on, Rabbi.
Mr. Chris, you've had 3 splits in a row.
I know it's okay. You got it. You're better than me. It's all right though. When you win, I win. At this point.
We're equal, Mr. Chris.
I know, but you're higher than me. You're at 47. You're okay. It's all right. Come on. See? Crazy. All right, that one down. Hey, got a strike. Congratulations.
Thank you, man.
Okay.
The United States lost in soccer yesterday.
Oh, it's okay. Hey, they've been winning. Who they play?
They played Turkey.
Oh. Okay. That's okay. They still going on or no?
Yeah, they're still going.
All right, bye-bye.
Bingo. That's what I'm talking about. Let's get 100. Let's go for that 100. Give me it. Got it. Oh, no. Garbage. Oh, but I got 100.
Hey, you did. Good job.
106. It's a big score.
You win, I win. I win, you win. Reload.
Reload.
She talking about her. Tell Mari. It's okay. I'm coming. Reveal she manifests a new boyfriend, Dwayne Williams. I said, oh, okay. Yeah. I already know she had a new boyfriend. Okay. All right. This is crazy. Every time I think I'm getting strike. Okay. Ooh, that was good.
It was an excellent spare. That was really difficult.
Thank you. I know, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Come out. Yay! I'm the strike. Good job.
Thank you, ma'am.
Every time.
This is a very difficult split.
Ah,
Two
wait.
in a row.
So,
2 in a row. 2 in a row. 2 in a row. That's all right. That's all right. You got 2.
okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Rabbi.
No doubt. Give it to me.
No,
Oh,
another one. You got this stuff.
no doubt. Got it.
And another one. Good job.
No doubt.
All right, go ahead, Rabbi.
This game shouldn't even make me do it at this point, Miss Aquarius. Give it to me. Oh, man. Close. Close. I wanted to get cocky there.
You got this one, though.
Oh, no. There we go. I needed to be humbled. Sometimes you get too big for your britches. Get it. You must have missed that by a little bit.
No, it's okay.
These 3, no doubt. Get out of here. We got it. Give it to me. Another one.
Good job.
You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yay, good job.
Good job to you, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Are you ready?
I'll be back on here later, okay? When I come back home.
God willing, we'll see you.
God willing.
time she felt degenerate.
So she woke up the next day. You guys wake up Saturday morning. You didn't even wake me up last night. Yeah, everybody invited me for a drink. Like, you kept out of that drink, you didn't fucking wake me up. And then you broke up because of that.
Well, no, what happened was they said, oh yeah, my cousin called me. He said, he turned me out to have drinks. And I said, no, I'm not going to go. And she got mad at me because she was like, yeah, you knew what you were going to do. And I flipped out.
Why did you flip out?
I just flipped out because I knew she was insinuating.
I can't some shit being mad when you do it without even thinking about it. Really get mad. Wow, it's like gay Tony Soprano. Everyone's wondering what gay Tony Soprano would be like. Woke up this girl for Valentine's Day. Girlfriend
Eventually, she gave drugs. They had the schizophrenic brother.
What about you? Is masturbation your schizophrenic brother? You ever heard of that?
That's a scary concept. I didn't know. I've caught masturbating a couple times, but
You ever? What do you
I just like, just like,
call that an assist?
yeah.
Oh, that's on here. They're funny in the moment. You got good timing on that. Results. Bad. Anything else we need to know about before we let you go?
That's not here. Yeah.
Fun times, good drinks. I think with an
course, isolated. My wife knows my at the time. Figure it out. Seriously, yeah. When you're God, which is a big my life here is dope. My partner building was there. Like, Tigers. I don't know Bruno. Electric cars, nobody has. There's no truck. Nobody plays sports.
Back to the another young man. Zach Bogan. Tell Tony. Hey, friend of mine. Zach Bogan. Children are a lot like these. You can hit them with a bat, you better run them. You get tired of this shit. It's been months without a decent school shooting. When I was a little kid, I thought I was gay, so I told my dad, like a good Christian man that he is, he sent me to church for conversion therapy. And it wasn't working because I figured out I was straight. The police officers were when I farted to I love my inmates. I miss them so much. Without them, I feel empty inside. I consider myself a pretty open, sexually guy. I mean, I fuck just about anybody, except for war guys. Here they all have PTSD. I'm a cancer survivor. I need to work for equals and kill myself. I don't care what they say about drugs and cancers. What do you guys think? Hey, yeah. Alright, Zach Bogan. The best part of that song, by the way, is the second verse when it comes in. If I was the king of the world, we don't give a fuck anymore. You're on social media. We are talking about a song. Alright, very good. Using our minds. We just were. Alright, Zach Bogan, welcome to the show. This is the first time on, or did you come before? No, this is my first time on, but I've signed up like over 20 times. There you go. Look at the street. We're coming straight. A lot of people have been signed So how come you didn't go to any other bikes or anything? Well, I used to go a lot, but before you work, I go to a restaurant. That's not to a great restaurant. Which restaurant? Paradise Cove. Oh, I love Paradise Cove. It's Paradise Cove, the one with the deck outside, with the seagulls that come up and like fishing line. It's one of my favorites. This is most definitely a solid. It's a whole glass of red wine over that movie before me. There's a trailer park where I think there's something weird like that. Woody Harrelson, another Buckeye from Really? What would you go in here? So they have a group home or something like that? You go there once every 9 years. I'm the foreman of the show. Oh, and Jeremiah does walking. So you got a little bitch with you. This is what all you want from me. Hello, thank you. It's a charitable donation for orphans that I know. Jeremiah does walking. So the little bitch in the description. $20. Look up his story. I need you on YouTube. It has 3,000 views. Look here, Jeremy. Okay. So, you've only done stand-up twice. When was your first time doing stand-up? Beginning of March. At my society. Okay. August, March? Yep. Okay. Great time to start. Absolutely. How long have you lived in LA? Where are you from? New York. Originally, I've been in LA for like 7 years. Upstate New York? No. Okay. What made you move to Los Angeles? Mainly, just in weed. Weed is a lot better out here. How old are you? Used to be 25. 25? That's good. How long have you been here? 7 years. That's great. You got when you were 18? Just about, yeah. That's awesome, man. How'd you end up making that move at such a young age? I saved money or something? Yeah, I mean, get a one-way flight for $300. So, how about sleeping? What did you do after you later? I moved in with my mom. Oh, you had a mom out here. Yep. What did your mom do? She works in catering management for a hotel. Okay. Have you get close with her? Not really. Who is she like? Westwood. Okay. You don't know where your mom lives? No, I probably just have it. You know where your dad lives? Your dad? I've got 2 dads. I'm kidding. 2 dads. Where are they at? Brooklyn? One in Virginia and one in your biological dad's in Portland. Yep, that is what I can tell. You look like you need try to school for federal courthouse. Maybe only one. That is makes me off of it. Maybe you're protested or rioting your entire life under the Occupy movement. Yeah, I'm going to do that. My protests are internal. Like what? What are some of your protests? I used to be evil. Yeah, you can tell. I don't wear it on my sleeve. I get a little bit of rockabilly, like Thor. Rockabilly? Sure. It's like rockabilly vibes from you. You play any instruments? No. Do you have any special skills or talents? Yeah, I'm a tattoo artist and freelance graphic designer. Oh, okay. What's your favorite tattoo? On yourself? Yep. Is that an R2D in there on your elbow? It's both fat. Oh, okay. See, this one's probably this chrysanthemum. Oh, okay. Chrysanthemum. Mine did it. Oh, yeah. It's fun. Tattoos are fun. What are your biggest, most regretful tattoo? When I was learning how to tattoo, I tattooed an X-wing player for Star Wars with my hand. My cork is just going at free hand, and it looked like a little phallic after I was done. It looked like a lumpy cock. See it? Is it still there? It's covered up. Okay. So it looks a lot better now. We're going to need to go off and cover it. But for a while, I had to wear behind some business. Okay. How about during the quarantine? What do you do for fun? How do you pass the time? I'm sure a lot of listeners are figuring out ways to do this. You might have a more money when it goes to Tsushima when it goes to such as the fans and goes to Tsushima. What do you do with it? No. Strike one. What do you do in the video game? On a with swords. Whoa! Whoa! That comes out after the coronavirus? Yep, makes sense. No better time to kill Asian people than when they're killing us! Am I right? Team up! Go! Because of that disease. And the crowd goes wild! Zach! You've been arrested? 4 times. For what? Not paying while using the subway. Or I put my feet up on the train once. Got me arrested. Wow. Here's the subway. The subway bandit over here. Kind of badass. One time I stole a football. Do anything that criminal. How about the other 2 times? Once put on the seat on the subway. Once for not paying a toll. There was a bunch of shit when I was trying to get a little I met a woman at the subway train. No, I never got for that. You don't remember the other 2 times she got arrested? They're all on the train. Not the police on the train. Wow, that's real shit. Oh, you know what? That actually reminds me of a funny story that my brothers reminded me of this past week when I hung out with them for a quick barbecue. When I first moved to LA, I once took my bicycle down on the train. This is many years ago, like 15 years ago. And they tried to give me the ticket for riding the bicycle at the lower area. You're not allowed to do that. And they were like, you fucking stop. Then they had to chase me, and they ended up getting me. It was a whole big rigmarole, like fucking 19, 20 years old. And they're like, we're not going to give you a ticket. Give us your ID. And I'm like, I don't have an ID. Well, give us your information. And I immediately realized that I can lie, right? I'm like, half about my information. I had already said no potential pleasure of giving an address. But I was halfway through mine, so I got into, they're like, what city do you live in? I'm like, they're like, what's your zip code? And I'm like, fuck, I only know the only zip code I know in LA is my actual zip code. So I told them 90210. I didn't even fucking blink at it. They were so excited to give me a ticket. It worked. I know. Fucking train police. You can lie the whole time, dude. I told them to fuck off. That's where I went wrong. Yeah. Has anybody ever told you that you look like the Green River Killer? The Green? Right, Jay? Who's that serial killer? BTK. I've never heard of him. No? No. Look up, we pulled it up real quick. Just so that I can believe it's the BTK killer. I'm not going to say that he looks like my Jay son. Anybody out, but you know, personally. Actually, leave it on. I think it was what we said. The sports cast. What an opportunity there. All right, Zach. Well, thanks for coming on the show. You finally made it in. Stay focused, everybody. Yeah. Part of the night we bring up. I absolutely adore this man. Did a great job.
recording. I've got a podcast.
Pictures and talk to you. It's just the latest invention. I have a fucking girl that's got the straight books. You got, you know, the life in your bed, the rocket, what you going on with it. That was important. Skinny guy is like it's impossible. 300 pounds of my dick. Pressure makes I'm trying to grow into that position.
I'm Rabbi. Yes. How are you, Hercules? Well, thank you. Hi, Sue. Hi, Paul. Absolutely. As ready as I'm going to be. Oh, thank you so much, Sue. Okay, thank you for telling me that. I sincerely appreciate it. Yeah. So, all right. How about now? Thank you. That's correct. More than 4 years. We're approaching 5 years, and we will hit that this fall. And we are in talks with that Guinness World Record achievement. We have to have it basically crowdsourced to be able to verify everything. But I have been in talks with good people like the Guinness World Record Organization. So hopefully sooner rather than later, we will have everything official. I am Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral. And when I do, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, your audience all financially independent if they're not already. I want to ensure that they have generational wealth if they don't already. And I want them to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of their own. In addition to streaming my life for world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by some projects that build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestar program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. And I have many of the same interests that you all do. I enjoy talking about futurology, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, certainly things like space tourism, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, even things like Santa Claus missions, basically replicators, 3D printers of anything that you may be able to imagine. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here with all of you. Oh, boy. All of those are certainly of interest to me. I would like to, if possible, talk about the transhumanism a little bit, if I may. The idea that we are evolving as a species from your traditional Homo sapien into something different. And the idea would be perhaps that we may be able to use life extension technology to extend the average life of an individual from age 80 to age 100, 120 through the use of technology like oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenic peptides, nootropics, different types of therapies, and really moving into a world where perhaps in the future we may have the opportunity at mind uploading technology where, with someone's consent, we'd be able to scan the brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and their peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever they want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you all is that we may be moving into a world of digital immortality, and I'd love to know everyone's thoughts on that. Go ahead, Hercules. absolutely a valid thought. Many people hold that view, and I think it's pretty common. Absolutely. For our new friends who have joined, I posed the question to the room that we may be moving from a traditional Homo sapien existence into a transhumanist future for those of us who may want to explore that, where an individual may have the opportunity to live much longer than the average life expectancy that they may have had at birth, and the opportunity to perhaps be able to upload their mind into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, where every atom is in their central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system, of course, with their consent, and they might be able to change bodies into an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever they want to be. And I was posing to the room, what are your thoughts on this? Does anyone here reject this idea? They want to live a standard life until perhaps age 80 or so, and then they're done? Or are there people here who are open to the opportunity to perhaps extend life much further than 80, 100, 120 or longer? Absolutely. That's also a common view that probably most people have at this time, especially because the technology is unproven. It's a perfectly understandable position to take. Absolutely. I thought It's an excellent point that's raised. And how do we support such a system? Is it only for the haves? I appreciate Peace bringing up that piece of media. It sounds quite interesting. And I think that she raises an excellent point, multiple excellent points in regards to how this is going to be rolled out. Will it be, with my big thing with it, because I do think we're headed towards the future, is consent. If you don't want this, if you want to be one of the uglies, so to speak, I, that's such a harsh term. But if you want to be more of a naturalist or organic, so to speak, I think you deserve that right. And I think that this transhumanist movement is coming in different phases. There are some people who say that we're already there because through vitamins and different types of supplements, artificially, we're able to improve our lives. Other people may say that it begins when we start to have different devices inside of us, like pacemakers or perhaps artificial limbs. Other people may say it starts when we start to use reverse aging technology to perhaps prolong our lives. And then we're moving into the world of perhaps consciousness uploading, and then truthfully, who knows what occurs after that. So I do think it happens in different phases. I'm definitely an advocate that it should be with someone's consent, and none of this should be forced on anyone. And I would like to think that we'd be able to live in a world where people may be able to get along between the pretties and the uglies, if we want to use that terminology, or between those of a transhumanist mindset and those perhaps of an organic mindset. I may be naive in thinking that we may be able to do that, but some people may say that we're already at that level to some extent with people who can afford better nutrition and better medical care. One other thing I'd like to say about what Steve said, another great point is that these types of discussions are opening up new aspects of certainly economies. How do we support this type of system? Do we need some type of universal basic income? What happens with different contracts in terms of a lifetime agreement or getting married for life till death do us part? That kind of idea. Well, is there a death? If there is no death, or it can be extended or delayed, so to speak, for a long period of time, how does that change civilization? And I think we're probably at the early steps of these types of discussions, but it is something that the next generation and following generations are going to have to definitely consider because, as we all think we agree, we are moving towards this type of a future. It's an excellent. Yes, so this is known as life logging. Other people call it live streaming. I do want to say, Paul, I don't want anything inserted in me, and I think I probably have some allies with that in this room. I would maybe be open to a cap that has been developed, like a swim cap, perhaps, but I don't want to be the first person to try it. I want to make sure that it works on many other people before I want to be an example. And additionally, I certainly want to be able to remove it at any given time. What worries me with brain computer interfaces, the Neuralink system, is that these cannot be removed. What happens if they become damaged? What if there's water issues? What if the battery has issues? Sue mentioned this, and Peace mentioned this. The fear that I have, that I know we all have, of having my memories, my ideas, my personality stored off-site where it can be manipulated. These are all fears that I have alongside all of you. So, to Paul's point, yes, it would make my life a lot easier to be able to have a smart contact in so that people could view my life from a first-person view, and I'm okay with that. Smart glasses, I'd be fine with that, so long as I can remove them, and I have the freedom to do that. predictive programming piece is absolutely right. And I must say that, especially after the Edward Snowden whistleblowing around 2013, for those who may not be aware or in the audience, essentially Edward Snowden was a contractor for uh, a government contractor and understood that the United States was not directly spying on its own citizens, but was using a program called PRISM and the Five Eyes that was basically the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand to spy on each one of their citizenries and then share that information together. And as this became apparent, I knew about it beforehand. Those in the know knew about it beforehand, but this was the first time this was really made public. And then the arguments were being made that your camera is always on, your microphone is always on. The idea of Alexa and Hey Google and all of that kind of stuff is spying on you in many ways motivated me to say, if they're going to always be spying on me in one way or another, then I'm going to embrace it and I'm going to put my whole life on camera. And at least it gives me a platform to be able to discuss some of the things, of these interesting topics that we're having, and to archive it for the future. Because even if was not someone was not live streaming my life, we know somewhere this information is being stored in a large data center. It may not be available to the public, but it's available to someone, and that's quite a major fear of, I would say, society in general. Linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You'll find all my social media there. My Discord is discord.me/Rabbi. I'm available 24/7 to have these types of discussions, but also to help people through any issues that they may have. If you ever feel that you're alone, I'm here for you. I want to help you. I want to add positivity to your life. And you can view my life for multiple streams 24 hours a day on YouTube by typing Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filtering by live. Thank you. Exactly. Absolutely. Thank you. I love the conversation. Yes. Have fun. Um, what do you think of, let's just say, Pete, if you ever see this, a lot of people are going to have a lot of respect for you and that way of living. Like, I think people will say, I want to live my days 50 years, 10 years. Um, and then people will be like, hey, I want to live. And you might say, you live that kind of way. You're like, if I can be comfortable, yeah, I'm cool. Comfort's the big thing for me. And I think she would understand that. Nobody wants to be uncomfortable per se. Is there anything? Oh, yeah, you did that. Did you like about the conversation? Did you like about those people? I don't see them like that before. The person probably maybe I agree. Uh, uh, really nice. Jewish. your background.
It's not really, I don't think they need that much. What are you? Like, I have thousands of people on this show. I've never asked, what is your oh, we know that.
It was like, and I think there's much, I guess, have a fatter dick than your father, for sure. It's fine. Yeah, it's true. When I was in Las Vegas, yeah, if I can come back, you know, where's it at? And when I saw that way, I did Martins, you know, from stretch marks on it. It's weird because like you could do like a little darker color, like it's brown, and it had these white like spaghetti things. Oh god! Or it could have just been something like that.
I mean, you guys can perhaps also they have like, I don't know, perhaps also in the like getting the thing, like tossing it in. You know what I mean?
Don't fuck like a
So you fuck like you got
medium guy.
breath.
Like you got stamina.
You have stamina. You have good cardio in the bedroom. Are you a pro? How about you, Brandon? You have the cardio of a brother rides a
I tell you,
bicycle, or you know,
I go for like hours. Whiskey dick. If I'm drunk, I'm just going
Wow. It's for hours. 7 nights a week. 4 hours a day. Oh my goodness. What's a virtual head?
That's right. I have my virtual headset. And it sounds like the flapping. The flapping.
You got to swim with your t-shirts on.
It's a funny shape.
Oh, come on. Very hard to
Jack. That is right.
What jerseys do you have?
I got Irvin Johnson. Jerseys, old jerseys. I'll never wear that one.
You retired before we jersey. Oh my goodness. What did you do? Put it through the S.
You look like
Number 8 is Kobe Bryant's jersey number.
Correct. It was great.
I got
Did you say Anthony?
okay.
Mark.
What kind of jersey?
I have a gay booty hole. It's got the dildos and booty holes on it. So I booty hole looks like a dildo and I shake it.
You got your Packers jersey.
Yeah. No, you heard of it? It's Jeremiah.
This is the fucking apocalypse up. We had fun this weekend, though.
We had a great time. We had a fancy meal.
Yeah, we
From Jeremiah and Lucas to a restaurant called Salt. That's in Salt and inside. We went there and had a great meal. We got the salmon and the onion and Jeremiah had a pork shoulder with a Brussels sprout slaw.
Used to the fancy food because they usually use moldy meat.
Oh, yeah, you did.
You eat all the meat. All the meat.
You eat the sweet meat.
That's straight up booty hole chicken. That's right. What's your favorite kind of candy? I never guessed. DC. I said it was good. Macy's in the freezer. What else? Is there any other way? Melt?
The ones that just
You keep those on the island?
little Halloween.
You know what? I actually do that. The other day I was candy. Because so many people were like, candy behind me.
Oh my God,
Now we got
red man.
no.
I'm joking, man.
Can't really. Have you ever ridden an electric bicycle? No, it's not a geese. It's not a geese. Or else I all things, yeah, everything
I don't see you just sit on the pole.
I sit on a pole. Actually, it's a dildo. The bicycle handles are both dildos, and the pedals are wheels. Alright, we were on the stinger thing. It took exactly 8 minutes after I said I put the stingers with it through and everywhere. And outside she was like, Tony, I liked it. I told someone earlier it's 100 times better than not doing a show, and it's 25% as much fun as doing a show in front of a normal audience. Wild, man. Ladies and gentlemen, David Lucas. There we go. On to the next one. We got another great step by David Lucas. Here we go. Back to the bucket we go. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, third person on the bucket. So, make some noise for Shaggy, everyone. It's Shaggy. Found a little bit ago at the beginning on an experience. I started out with buying a cactus. They were simple. And then I upgraded to lumber. And then I upgraded to lumber. And then I upgraded to wood poles. And then I upgraded to something that were hurricanes. And they're all there's expensive shit at Home Depot. And seeing is like close to that is like plus. I also have become obsessed with porcelain dolls. And I started creating my husband porcelain doll. There's one early and I think pretty much the products I was very happy today. I started ordering dolls for him later today when I was working on it. So, everybody. You've been on the show before. I don't even know. Wait, what? That was fucking terrifying. Really? No shit. But you've been here a lot. I've seen you here a lot. My gosh. Right. It's your husband. And the comedy full time. He's with you here tonight, right? He's signed up. Alright, first time. Yeah, that was great. I came in. You were going to make this one. I'm going to let him do his spot. Why don't you grab a seat? We wanted to change something. Ladies and gentlemen, here's her husband, Kevin Jones, everybody.
Disneyland. Fucking magical. On the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. The animatronic Jack Sparrow has more life left in his eyes than the real I'm used to thinking about being nice, you know. I'm at a 6 started doing some just Black Road stuff like maybe 4 or 5 years in there.
How long have you been away?
Since when did we move? 2016, I think.
What made you want to do that?
There was a lot of weird thing. What got me is a weird like genre against me, and it's what made it difficult.
You were, right? Yes, they had very tough guy. Yeah, New York State. I took her around in LA. They had that, but definitely.
And I also am very into like psychedelics and weed stuff, and a lot of New York guys are like,
Right.
what do you also like?
It was like fucking 6 coffee in the day.
Yeah. So they would just be, what the fuck is this guy trying to talk about this weird shit? And also, it's like, I have a lot of social anxiety, but I don't think I should, so they took it as maybe an arrogance or something, like not being able to socialize for a while there and stuff.
Yeah, I get it. I know exactly everything that you're talking about right now. The scene in New York is definitely not exactly wide open to the thought of innocent or hippie-esque, like spirit guys.
Even like those things conceptually and material, it's like you're not like angry over sad in your face.
Exactly, 100%. You cannot show any happiness whatsoever. Even wildly successful, even the best comedians in New York seem angry. Even though they're happy. Okay, that's fine. What part of New York did you live in?
When I first moved there, I was thinking like dorms. I was going to New York, fucking shit. Right. I was just thinking it was like Manhattan, and then it was Brooklyn, and then I lived in Jersey City, and Astoria, and then back to Manhattan. So just kind of all over.
But in LA, where do you guys live?
We just got this new Rampart Village, like on the edge of Koreatown, but we're in like Hollywood proper for like right, almost like Airbnb, just like 7 months away from here, because Airbnbs had like all the fucking rent way jacked up. So we had like a weird place, a crack hotel recently, like Wilcox,
Right.
but then Airbnb crashed like a couple weeks ago, so now there's a bunch of dope shit. We got a way better place.
Awesome.
Yeah.
How do you survive right now?
I was working in the paint factory and was laid off right before the show got started, like at the Lucid appointment. I just started back dog walking because this is the only gig I was doing that is happening right now. Also, I want to interact with any people.
You like that?
Yeah, dogs are fucking dope. That's also what makes it awesome. Hanging out with dogs, like Instagram videos. Dogs don't have to pay.
Yeah.
But dogs are fucking have a work to do. Yeah, I like the weird ones. I like good shit. Brussels sprouts.
I used to have a Brussels sprouts at the house. That's now. In fact, it just made its companies last week. Only pepper. That's company. I get it. So, yeah, posters. You see that? The posters are great. But they did on that incredible. I thought it was really so good. I thought it was the right thing. That's fun. You guys don't have your own dog, though?
No. I'm gonna have carpet. Rose carpet in the last place. And she wants to get a chihuahua, so I think that's down the line.
Oh, no. Chihuahuas are prone to getting the coronavirus. Anything you want to say about this Forrest Gump? I am white. I am from Philadelphia. I'm the correspondent on this show. Anything you'd like to say about Chihuahuas? Getting coronavirus? I would say that's fake news. No, Chihuahuas get Shih Tzus started into the media. Enemy of the people. Do you know anybody who's got the coronavirus?
Yeah, I mean, a couple people.
Do you know how they got it? Yeah, it's one thing that I've noticed from the people that I know that have gotten it don't know how they got it. It wasn't like some healthy person. Like correct Paul. I got it. I know how. Oh, you do? Like I did. your wife, you guys are a racial couple. Any wild times with that? You guys ever like drive through Arizona? People are like, what the fuck?
It's been the opposite. Moved here, people were overly supportive.
Right.
So they'd be like, we love what you're doing. Like, yelling at us from our like, you go, girl.
Oh my god.
And it was super. Because New York is a fuck. Like, everyone just dates away. Everyone just does everything. Right. I fucked up. Oh my god, I was still the other day. I'm in the middle of a fucking guy. Look at that. Yeah. Here it's like, people notice racial things. I think because they're trying to like cast you in something. Like notice racial things and stuff. I feel like there's not as much like crossover or social interaction. So, I guess it's maybe also the city set up in a way that is like segregated, strange.
You and Sean think about making a baby at any point? You guys,
Yeah.
I feel like you guys are gonna make a beautiful child.
Yeah, it's gonna be ridiculous.
Yeah, it's with
It's
God.
I don't know. Yeah, whatever. There's no baby. Fucking like, damn that baby.
As a woman, man, let me ask you this: as a woman, man, being with a black woman, were you ever your first black woman that you
Full time, yes, but not that one.
right? When you're with a black woman, are you ever concerned that perhaps you don't have all of the needs that they're used to? You have a special package down there.
It's not that I think it's like excessive, but it's just like I don't know. I did the first naked show in New York, and everybody was like crazy about how big my dick was. Whatever.
Right.
The dick would like stand out in a porn gangbang, but I think it's just like aesthetically perfect.
So your kid's gonna have big tits and a big dick.
Yeah, at least a very nice dick and gigantic titties.
It's incredible. We have a big dick correspondent on this show. Let me just see where he is for a second here. Let's check in with our big dick correspondent. Hey, why don't you come back up to the stage, fucko? Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. It is a correspondent. He left the stage where the show is for a moment.
Sorry, it was so big I needed to let it breathe.
You're known for having a
It's true.
yours also made its debut in New York. For Henry Jones or any concerns about his big dick, or perhaps you guys are maybe you could start a club or something like that. Yeah. New York Big Dick Association.
Maybe starting a baseball league. Only hit the ball in our country. Okay.
Very amazing set, man. All the way through beginning to end. Very, very good. Shalini, thank you so much. Your comedy debut was a beautiful couple. What you guys are doing. Way to go. Shalini and Henry Jones, everyone. Alright, we're going to squeeze one last bucket pool up here. Ladies and gentlemen, you know this guy, he became famous during one of the quarantine episodes as he famously had sex with William Montgomery's girlfriend before William did. He's back, ladies and gentlemen, with a brand new minute. Here's Mario Tonti, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Okay, here we go. Mario Tonti.
Come back to your country. There's been a lot of deaths from coronavirus. A couple months into quarantine, we started comparing it to the number of deaths in 9/11. We're like, oh, we're up to 300 now. 9/11 is my favorite. Mid. Tell us by looking at me, but I had a long Asian girl from Tinder. she got up or I just turned her wrong. Either way, we swipe left on the baby. I've lived in LA for 7 years, and it was the first time I had great takeout. Mario time. Incredible. So much funnier. Came right in as a regular on. Is that William Montgomery 4 minutes but much better than all the jokes that William did. Plus, all of them would continue instead of the entire 1 minute and 9 seconds of his set, using all of his time, unlike William, who dipped out in 41 seconds tonight. So you came in, you fought his girlfriend, then you came in, had a better second of the finish show. How do you feel right now, William? I feel pretty good. I'm glad to be here, guys. Thank you for having me. It's incredible. So how happy are you right now that William left early? He left early? No. We're actually best friends with that. I just don't know his girlfriend. It's been a long time. Whoa, that's great. Look at that. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I had a feeling. That's not the Korean girl, though, right? No. Because that would be an even bigger revelation if we found out that she carried your baby for a moment, because there was a little baby Mario in there. Which? Hey, baby Mario. We know about that. That was an actual Mario part. Right? Isn't that little baby Mario? Oh, yes. Yeah. So, Mario, what are you doing? Just hanging out with the rest of the restaurant industry. The sous chef jobs out there. Just been hanging out. I hear you that you live in a country that has a... Yes. Yes, you are. United States. Absolutely. Just to be granted. Like, oh, I'm on unemployment. Then everybody knows about the stimulus package. But that's an extra thing. That's an extra bonus money. Anybody who was employed now is on unemployment. Thank you, Mr. President. You do such a good job. We can stop the wars. So Mario, what else is going on? You're collecting unemployment. What have you been doing to pass the time? Me? Talked about that earlier. What's your goal? Walks, drives, go to beaches. Just on a bench or on the blanket. You took a blanket? I did. You have extra blanket? You seem like a guy who only have one blanket. I just want to do comfort. You take a comforter to the beach? I like to have multiple. Jesus Christ, this guy takes his fucking duvet to the beach. What is it? It's a normal comforter? White? Yeah. A white comforter? Yeah, my sister keeps them. Oh, white's great. You might come all over. You don't see it. Wait, how does your sister even see your comforter? She lives here. Sister? She came over. She's like, you got a girl's comforter. You just get a black one. A black one? Then you get red windows. You get you put a little Roman. That's right. Yeah, black comforter is like stuff with having white underpants. Wait, black comforter is like having white underpants? Yeah. Why? Redman, red skin bar. Just it. I don't think I've ever really got a skin bar. Ruby on the white stuff, gentlemen. Come on the black stuff. Redman is a high-class gentleman, and he enjoys Miller High Life with champagne and beer. I was talking about blood. Oh, yeah, you have a lot of blood coming out of it? Yeah, especially when you enter a tushy, you get too much water in there. Oh, that's a great ad for tushy. What a great ad for one of our sponsors. Hey, blast your ass with water so hard you stop fucking bleeding. Hey, it cleans it out, doesn't it? He could do it. Use the tushy and little tushy. You know what I mean? Hey, there it is. All right. So, Mario, you have a white comforter so far. I got arrested too. I guys have been arrested. Oh, tell us about it. I got arrested with heroin one time. Oh my God! Were you doing the heroin or were you selling it? I didn't get to do it yet. Really? One thing I was doing, but I didn't get to do it that night. Right. So what happened? How'd you get arrested? Were your feet up on the train? Yeah, I went with a guy from work to get heroin, and we got pulled over on the way back.
Why'd you get pulled over? Oh,
So how did you get from just a family warning to searching you?
they smelled something.
That was 10 years ago, like the cops, like, or anything to like.
Where are you from? Yeah?
Yeah.
They do have police there in Pennsylvania. What part of Pennsylvania are you from?
South
That's what are we talking about? Summer?
Live ducks. No.
The Dunks. You know the Dunks?
A couple ducks.
Do you know Chris Dunk?
Yeah. We actually watched together.
You were wearing a Jurassic Park shirt. Why is that?
It's on the swing because it's hard. That's
Aw,
adorable. It's fine.
So you have a girlfriend now? Last girl you've been with?
Just a couple.
That was quarantine?
There, like, it wasn't mine. Friend.
Well, that's a felony. Oh my god. Oh my god. That makes you the dealer. Oh my god.
You intent to distribute.
Oh. So what ended up happening there?
I ended up lowering it after I got a lawyer. Distribute heroin. Always thought it was yours.
Yeah, that's right. They had a policy on it.
Pulled over. Pulled over and
Shove it in your butt.
Pull the electric bike over now, sir, please. Heroin in my ass.
Luckily, we got a pedal anyway.
Heroin.
Oh, it's over. Chanted mudslingers and gentlemen. So this episode where he's starting cold, ignited gold. A snowbird is peeking out. Coronavirus right now. We're gonna have to shut it down. All right. Mario Tanti, anything else interesting about you that we should know about? Fun set, fun interview.
I had a dream the other night that I was on a Hinge video call with a girl.
What's Hinge video? Just so that I know.
It's like a date.
Okay, now I don't know.
Yeah, it's like a friend that knows a friend. It's a dating app. It was video call people to say hi about that during quarantine. So I had a dream that I was on a Hinge call with this girl. In the middle of the call, she shows up to my apartment with a gun. And she shows up to my apartment with a gun while we were on the call. And like she went to go like point it at me, and I jumped at her, and she pulled out a knife. I went to go swing it at me, like that. I said no, and then she sprung up, and I said no, and I'm like, wow.
And that call never even happened. Never even talked to that girl.
my favorite part of the dream was that it was a girl and then the subconscious said, oh, it's too scary, and then made it a house.
She was mad. I was asking her. She showed up to distribute.
Good. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Fun set, fun interview. Mario Tanti, everybody. There you go. All right. It is that most special part of the night, buddy. When I meet this fucking guy, I don't know where to begin. I just love him with all of my heart. Incredibly agile, entertaining, and hilarious. You know, currently as one of the contenders in the Easter Seals film competition. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Michael Lawyer. Michael Lawyer.
So, Brett Brothers seriously exposed
giving me 4 suits for the price of one. Get the fuck out of the suit business. Taylor Swift just came out with an album. She said it's full of dreams, fears, music, and thoughts. It's called the 4-part album. Now, the Washington Redskins have changed their name to the Washington team. Let's call it how it is. We call them the Washington Elite African Americans. Come to your town and make your wife feel something she's never felt before. Because that's all racism. Freedom of black man. Alright? Every racist once you get black, that makes it over nowhere.
I like that. That was a good set. That was like a Tonight Show. So it was just like looking at Michael Laird, which I really love. You know, Michael's on. So wow, man, on Jeremiah Watkins. Yeah,
Same.
What is it?
I'll go to award.
Oh.
Choke.
Talking about life, we found out that Jeremiah would not share a wig with Michael. The wig was lay over. He's not wig on the only need help.
That is right.
You can.
I'm very excited about this. Whoa! A monologue! Oh, actor versus actor. A monologue.
Let's use the matchup that's in the Killtone.
Wow!
It doesn't mean anything to them.
Sorry. I've heard that comment. Yeah, I know I have to work right, sign it, and then I'll tell my mom that.
Absolutely. I'll make a deal with you right now. If I lose, I will take your ALS from you like a child. Wow, he's going to suck your ALS right out of you. You're going to have flies come out of your mouth.
I'm on you because the platform.
Michael Larry, you're the fucking best. Not really. So his eyes are covered. He's in that.
Can we move on? Alright, like, before I love the comedy or rap or magic, I first want to listen. Hurry up. Oh my god. Since I'm feeling sick, I haven't. And honestly, I don't know what it's gonna sound like because although this sounds pretty good right now, and that's why I'm covering my eyes to see like a blind person, they hear better. I wonder if I talk better if I'm blind.
You actually sound amazing. I thought it was there for a second. I stopped looking and then I
And that's my access to know members. But the moment on, money all gets to the center. I'm understanding my favorite area. I understand of this talking. It's audio. So, stop it. Alright. Now, what I'm going to be saying, split on and you want me now. It'll be for you. And I overheated. And baby, you turned the mic. So I turn you and open my mouth.
yeah.
We're ready.
What's that?
That was the song. Everybody.
My goodness, Michael, I'm really surprised there. I don't even think you got one word out, and the only word of that song really was mother. You really think about
Some of them have been being blind and mute at the same time.
goodness.
Now I know that I can't do it karaoke again.
What?
Yeah, I'll be miracle. If not references to mine, there is to best
You're not looking in Jeremiah's direction.
a reference.
With a extremely powerful Michael Lair next week. Tim versus Jeremiah Watkins, mano a mano in a mano challenge. Reno versus Reno. Gonna be a goddamn slam battle. Jeremiah the thumbs down. He's also giving the thumbs down to the far left speaker at the stage.
He hates the
He just wanted to be on his middle finger. He's wanting to be on the fuck himself. Jeremiah is the opposite direction. Fuck your left. No, not that way, Michael. Go that way. That's the guy that went up first. Ladies and gentlemen, Tom for everything, Michael Lair. Anything else, Michael?
No.
I'll check out this video. Yes, those videos are available right now. You come with you, give them a comment, give them a like.
all the Tony fans just
That's right, because they judge it off of views and likes. Is that correct?
That is one category.
What are the other categories?
Best actor. I want to. We'll slow it.
I'll overflow it.
Yeah. I mean, it's nice to